Oversight and Committees in the National Council of Provinces, the Honourable Nyambi. Honourable Nyambi, welcome to the platform and thank you very, very much for making the time to be with us this morning.
Morning, my sister. Morning to the viewers at home. Thanks. I'm grateful to be part of your show today.
Fantastic. Honourable Nyambi, we know that you've done quite a lot of work around the flooding in your capacity as the joint, chairperson of that ad hoc committee on flood disaster relief. And of course, we know that the BRICS Parliamentary Forum is taking place at a time when the nations of the South are experiencing actually a lot of vulnerability based on the impact, the severe impact of climate change on these countries and their state of readiness to actually mitigate and deal effectively with the impact of climate change. And in our case, we've had the floods, and that was a clear indication of, that climate change is really upon us. Talk to us about what were your observations around our state of readiness as a country to respond effectively to the impact of climate change, with particular reference, to the floods in KZN and the other provinces.
As a country, we've done fairly well, but of course, out of that ad hoc committee, as we have correctly indicated, went all over the country to all the provinces, the municipalities, people that are the coalface of service delivery. What we realize is that there's serious room for improvement, especially in terms of the coordination of all the spheres of government, the manner in which we have to respond when dealing with a disaster. The other thing that is critical is that the issue of climate change is not an issue that now it can just be made one of the issues. It's an issue that is urgent. We have to prioritize.
Absolutely.
We have to make sure that everybody in South Africa, all the spheres of government, they are on board. Not only government, but all relevant stakeholders and all people of South Africa
Absolutely.
must understand the impact. Especially as you go to one province, you realize that people can just decide to have a structure on a flight line. And that's a challenge. And it's part of what will just make to ask questions that what was the role of the municipality? What was the role of the traditional leadership? What were they thinking when they allow people to have buildings, beautiful buildings in those areas? That is why, as we're speaking now, we might have seen the challenges of Western Cape because of the very same floods we're talking about.
Absolutely.
And we have seen not so long ago even the worst that has happened in our continent in Libya, where a lot of people died. So the issue of climate change is a real issue that we have to prioritize as a country.
Absolutely. Talk to us about the policy and the legislative instruments. Do we have the appropriate policy and legislative instruments in place, or is it simply, is there a need for us to go back and review existing policies, or is it simply a matter of proper implementation and coordination?
We do have the right policies, but of course the challenge is, as we are indicating, the implementation part. And that's where it's making our role as members of parliament, as members of provincial legislatures, as members of different local council in South Africa, to make the issue of oversight a must issue. Because if we have policies and you are not doing proper oversight to make sure that the implementers are doing right in terms of the policies, then it means we are going to have a serious problem. And once there are some commitments that have been made by executive when it comes to these issues of climate change and the manner in which we are dealing with disaster, and some decide to just disregard, then it becomes a challenge.
Indeed. Now, talk to us about, particularly from the ambit of the NCOP's three-sphere coordination role, what have you been able to identify through your visits to the affected areas have been some of the major challenges when it comes to coordination?
The best that we've done as NCOP after adopting the first report that came out of the ad hoc committee was to invite all the relevant stakeholders, the minister, Salga representing the local sphere of government, and the ministerial briefing in the NCOP has gone a long way to assist us. And that's where we even make sure that the new district development model, it's put into test and making sure that they understand the magnitude of the challenges facing them, because what we have picked up is that some of them, they thought they can just short circuit and not do justice to the issue of climate change. It's not an issue that can be postponed for any other. It's now or never, because we realize that losing one life is too many, and of course we have realized what happened in our country, and out of it there are some good lessons and the clear recommendations with the clear time frame. The critical challenge is to make sure that those recommendations can be attended to. And I'm happy you are even touching the issue of the role of the NCOP, because that's the house where you have all these spheres of government in one room, and that's where you can be able to say, but let's take where we have some pockets of excellence so that we can have them in almost every municipality in South Africa, and that can go a long way to alleviate the challenges we have experienced as a country.
You spoke about informal settlements, or even where very beautiful buildings have been put up in areas that are actually not suitable, that will actually in the end make the people who inhabit those buildings actually vulnerable. So talk to us about what are the kind of long-term, is there any plan that has been put in place, because we know over and above the areas that have been affected by the floods at the moment, there are still other areas that actually have not, where we have actually not even touched. We haven't even engaged on that level. Is there a long-term plan in place to ensure that there is an intervention with regards to ensuring that where there are buildings or informal settlements that are actually built in areas where they are not supposed to be, that there's a process underway to begin to address that as a mechanism to mitigate, against the impact of and the possibility of flooding in the future?
The long term is to make sure that at all times we do what is right. As we're speaking now, the select committee in the NCOP is dealing with a bill that is trying to address the issue of land. And that land, if that bill, if it's going to be passed, is going to make sure that when land is available, it becomes a simple exercise to take people that are in flood areas to say, but you can't be building here. But if you go to those people and still you don't provide that alternative. So that is why, as an NCOP and as members of the ad hoc committee, and out of that experience, we have realized that if you have got an alternative, it's simple to address the issue. But if you don't have an alternative, the next question that the people will be asking you is that we are saying we must move here. Where must we go? And it becomes a problem.
Absolutely.
So the long-term plan is to make sure that you always provide an alternative so that the people can be assisted. But after doing that, at no stage, bylaws must be implemented without some exception so that we don't allow people to create a problem that can be avoided. And I am of the view that some of the problems, if all hands were on the deck, they were going to be avoided. And for President to do a right thing and declare a national disaster, and for Parliament to respond after President declaring a national disaster, to establish an ad hoc committee of Parliament in the true sense, both members of NCOP and National Assembly in one committee, going all over the country, affected areas, dealing with the people, making sure that there is a report at the end of the day with clear recommendations. Of course, the critical part is still to have a parliament that will be very clear and vigorous in doing oversight when it comes to implementation, so that we can have the lasting solution.
Indeed. There's also another issue that came up, Honorable Nyambi, and this is also from your report, by the way, and that was the findings of the National Planning Commission around the reasons why, what exacerbates, what deepens vulnerability, and that is the poor construction of bridges, of infrastructure. We're talking about buildings, we're talking about road infrastructure and so forth, and obviously there's you would remember we've recently had the planning session in the 3-sphere planning session in the NCOP, where we were dealing with infrastructure, including the provincial week, where we were dealing with issues that relate to infrastructure. So essentially what we're saying is that like, obviously there have to be systems that must be put in place. in order to ensure that we address these issues. But Honourable Nyambi, we will have to leave it there for now because the plenary is about to begin. But we can, of course, continue our conversation a little bit later. There's so much to unpack in terms of the work that you've done, and of course the contribution that you will be making, to this conversation. Okay. Okay, it would seem that we can continue. Honorable Nyambi, let us continue with our conversation. So the issue around infrastructure, the quality of infrastructure that we have in place, poor maintenance of infrastructure. And of course, through our findings as well, the NCOP has been able, to put together a huge body of information, and we've got evidence to show also that municipalities and, the relevant spheres do not always do the maintenance when they have to. So, so talk to us quickly about that, very quickly.
Yeah, we happened to have the provincial week in the NCOP. All of us were in different provinces.
Honorable Nyambi, my apologies. We unfortunately have to cut away because the plenary is about to start. We are now crossing over live to the plenary. We will be able to continue our discussion around climate change, very critical discussion with Honorable Nyambi. We're handing over. Do stay tuned.
Good morning, honorable members.
Bom dia, honrados. Bom dia, honrados membros, distintos convidados. É uma boa manhã para mim, no lugar de todo o Parlamento da África do Sul, na nossa data com as...
And my duty now is to outline those commissions, where they will take place, what will be the format of engagement, and the time for rapporteurs when we come back after the agreed time to give report backs around those. So we have allocated as the program that the commissions will start instantly at 10:30 to 1300 hours. 10:30, 1300 hours. So it's about 2.5 hours.
दो घंटे के बाद
We'll start at 1300 hours.
जो खाने का 1 बजे का शुरू है.
So the format of engagement is that the commissions,
जो एंगेजमेंट करते हैं कमीशन पे,
there will be 4
कमीशन,
commissions,
तो 4 कमीशन होंगे.
and each of the topics under the theme
हर एक का टॉपिक होगा
by
जो इंट्रोड्यूस करने का,
panel of
जो पैनल करने का.
research experts in those areas and practitioners in the field in which the topic will be prosecuted. So that will then be shaped through debates and perspective that will be shared from the floor in those commissions. So as we all know what the overall theme of this forum is, at the core of it is about deepening the relationships of BRICS and Africa in the context of our pursuit for the Africa Free Trade Agreement, and also pursuing issues that relate to the topics that we have outlined. So in the context of the first commission, it will take place at Lucretia Room 1. Our team outside will direct the participants in that commission, and the theme under that commission will be BRICS and Africa Partnership, Promotion and Acceleration of the Regional Integration through Africa Free Trade Agreement. The chairpersonship of that Commission 1 is Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. The rapporteur will be the Palace of the National Congress Federative Republic of Brazil. South Africa chairs, rapporteur, the Palace of the National Congress, Republic of Brazil. So there is about 4 panelists that will be outlining key issues around that. They will be introduced in that commission by the program chair, the commission chair rather. In Commission 2, the venue is Julia Room. Julia Room, again, participants will be outlined where Julia Room is. The theme for that Commission 2 is BRICS energy issues, exploring the just transition from coal to hydrogen energy. That will be the focus for that Commission 2 at Julia Room. Program chair for that commission will be the National People's Congress, People's Republic of China, to chair that commission, the rapporteur, Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. There are about 3 panelists that will pursue the sharing of perspective around that, and that would open up the debate and contributions from the floor. Under Commission 3, it will take place at Fabia Room. Fabia Room, Room 1. The program chair for that commission will be the Parliament of India, and Parliament of the Republic of South Africa will be the rapporteur. The theme for Commission 3 is climate change and legislative mobilization in BRICS countries. Climate change and legislative mobilization in BRICS countries. There are 3 panelists around reflecting on perspectives around that matter in order to nourish the conversation on empirical evidence around those matters. Commission 4 will be at Fabia Room 2. So there's Fabia Room 1. This one will be at Fabia Room 2. The theme for that commission is multilateralism, peace and security. That's the theme for Commission 4, multilateralism, peace and security. The program chair would be Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, and the rapporteur would be National People's Congress, People's Republic of China. Again, there's panelists around that area. So that's the outline, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the session that would now start in the next 2 minutes in terms of the timeline until 1 p.m. today. After lunch, which is also allocated for an hour, we will then return back to the plenary for rapporteurs to take the stage and the chairs to outline the outcome of that commission. That's the outline for the session for the day. I hope it is relatively clear in terms of the task at hand. With your permission, may I then request that we take leave of the room to join those commission sessions as outlined. Thank you very much.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15th BRICS Summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following at BRICS PF 23 account and using the hashtag BRICS PF 23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by BRICS South Africa.
To the Deputy President for graciously honoring our invitation to deliver the keynote address to this August gathering. We thank him for inaugurating the meeting and providing a report on the outcomes of the 15th BRICS Heads of State Summit. We also express gratitude to the leadership of BRICS for ensuring that the priorities of 2023, the year of South Africa's chairship, are one, to develop a partnership towards an equitable, just transition, which is critical in the context of the increasing spate of natural disasters which have severe consequences for society. 2, to transform education and skills development for the future. 3, to unlock opportunities through the African Continental Free Trade Area. 4, to strengthen post-pandemic economic recovery. And 5, to strengthen multilateralism. The BRICS agenda for 2023 has paved the way for the BRICS parliaments as the custodian of the interests of the citizens to interrogate these matters further, in particular to determine how multilateralism and parliamentary diplomacy can deepen BRICS and African partnership to accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which seeks to increase socio-economic development, reduce poverty, and make Africa more competitive in the global economy. Program Director, multilateralism is the cornerstone for BRICS. The BRICS countries have shown greater resolve to pursue multilateralism with the aim of creating a fairer, peaceful, and secure world, consistent with the understanding that multilateralism is key to containing international rivalries. BRICS has expressed its commitment to multilateralism through upholding international law. It has also done so by, amongst other things, recognizing the central role of the United Nations in an international system in which sovereign states cooperate to maintain peace and security, advance sustainable development, ensure the promotion and protection of democracy, human rights, and fundamental freedoms for all. Through parliamentary diplomacy, our parliaments and assemblies will use the BRICS Parliamentary Forum and other means to participate in ongoing dialogue concerning the issues that impact our various countries. In the final analysis, we ought to ensure that the pursuit of the noble goals espoused by our countries is guided by the need to place the people at the center of our efforts. That the will of the people shall be expressed through the organs that are established to protect and advance their interests. With these few words, allow me, Program Director, to sincerely express our appreciation to our keynote speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, for setting the scene and for the sharing of perspectives, expertise, and experiences by the delegates to the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum. We appreciate his highlighting of key issues.
Welcome back. You're still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are coming to you live from Kempton Park in Johannesburg, where the BRICS Parliamentary Forum is taking place. And right now, we know that the commissions are actually starting. All of the members, the entire delegates who have been here since yesterday, have actually gone to the various meeting rooms where they will go and further unpack the four thematic areas that the Secretary just spoke, the Secretary to Parliament just explained and talked us through. I do have the pleasure of the company of the House Chairperson of International Relations, Ntate Ntombela, who is here to talk to us, to just give us his reflections on, the importance of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum and, of course, what we can expect in going forward. Ntate Ntombela, welcome to the platform, and thank you very much for making the time.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thanks for having me.
Fantastic. Just by way of starting our conversation, talk to us about the importance of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, particularly from an oversight and accountability perspective, because we know that the heads of state, the BRICS head of states, have already had their summit where they outlined all of the key issues where they are going to collaborate around. And now the BRICS Parliamentary Forum is taking the process forward. But talk to us about the importance of this particular structure from an oversight perspective, and the role of parliaments in ensuring that they advance the implementation of these priorities that have been set by the heads of state.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me again.
You're welcome.
Yeah, as you have just said, the BRICS summit has already taken place, and we are here for a forum. It's a method of taking it forward. Decisions have been taken, they have to be carried out. And as Parliament, we are together with other parliamentary members, because we remember that
Indeed.
the forum itself, it's a coming together of different parliaments, of different legislatures, to take decisions that need to be taken forward. So that's mainly the purpose, that now that decisions have been taken, how do we take them forward? There are processes that are going to unfold until we come at a stage where we implement the decisions that have been taken. So basically, that's what it is.
Indeed.
Let alone the objectives of the forum as a whole. But the parliamentary forum is the critical structure that
Absolutely.
takes forward the decisions that will be taken at the summit.
Indeed, and we've seen also there's quite a number of new countries that are coming on who are also now joining the BRICS bloc itself, and of course we can see that there's momentum. The momentum of the BRICS bloc is actually expanding and growing. But talk to us about we know that the South Africa's economy, we're not exactly where we're supposed to be at this point in time, and the Africa Free Trade Area is such an important instrument that is supposed to advance economic transformation across the African continent. Talk to us about the importance of collaboration, particularly amongst African countries, together with the BRICS as well, in terms of just ensuring that we shift the power dynamics, but focusing importantly on collaboration and partnership.
The purpose of the collaboration between ourselves, it's multifold. It could be the regional development itself. It's a way of creating equity,
Absolutely.
peace and security in the world. That could be the purpose. Yeah? Can you repeat that again? I think I missed something there.
So I think, you make a very important point about regional development, and we already have the SADC, region, where the SADC region also has its own objectives around economic transformation. But you're absolutely correct when you're talking about the importance of partnership and how we as South Africans, and not only as the SADC region, but as the African continent, excuse me, we need to leverage on opportunities to ensure that we take advantage of all the opportunities that are available to us. So in terms of partnership, I was just saying, sir, that this structure, obviously, it's an opportunity to strengthen partnership. And of course, Parliament has got a role to play in terms of ensuring that it also strengthens partnerships, not only with the countries in Africa, but of course with the countries within the BRICS bloc as well. And I was just asking, what is then, how does Parliament then ensure beyond this point that it strengthens partnership so that obviously we're able to, be able to see the fruits of collaboration, and that's in terms of, economic transformation within the region and of course across the continent, focusing on partnership.
Yeah, like I'm saying, the partnership that we are talking about is strengthened on certain pillars.
Yes.
It could be the regional development, economic development. It could be issues of security and peace. It could be other issues that helps the development of Africa and the world. Our focus is not necessarily on Africa only, but the world at large. So it could be that. So we are focusing mainly on how can we make Africa and the world a better place to live in.
Indeed.
Yes.
So talk to us in conclusion about what we can expect, because obviously I know that you are chairing the PGIR as well, where many of these reports are tabled, and there's a lot of very high-level strategic discussions that take place in the PGIR with regards to ensuring that the reports are being properly processed in Parliament. Talk to us about what we can expect this report, how will it be processed in Parliament in going forward?
Here we are today.
Yeah.
Deliberations are taking place. We'll be going to the commissions now. We've got four commissions that are going to be dealt with until late in the afternoon. Obviously, we need to evaluate the performance. We need to evaluate the decisions that we have taken, the discussions that have taken place. Are they to the advantage of our interest,
Absolutely.
or our country? What are the weaknesses? So we've got to make an assessment, then subject it to the process of research. We have our researchers who will also go into the work that has been done to see what is it that could be done to put us where we are, where we want to be, and then take it forward to the process of Parliament until we take decisions that need to be implemented. So
that's
there will be that process. That process is very important. Basically, we need to, after all this, what has happened, we need to sit down and say, how did we perform? What were the difficulties? What are the gains? What have we taken? What are the takeaways that we can take to Parliament and all that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Indeed, and you make a very important point around the issue of assessing the decisions, because, for
Yes.
example, if we look at the Africa Free Trade Area agreement, that is not something that is going to happen overnight. And many of these commitments are not necessarily things that will happen overnight, and they require, as
Yeah.
you rightfully say, research. They require an assessment of and putting a structured plan in
Yeah.
place to ensure that we map the way forward.
We need also to look at the pros and cons of the free trade agreement.
Right.
Look, our main focus as a country is how do we deal with the interests of our people out there, the aspirations of our people out there.
Indeed.
So obviously there will be pros, there will be those that are disadvantageous. We need to take that into consideration. Our market is not so strong compared to the world at large.
True.
So once we allow certain things to happen in our country, obviously the products that we produce might not be to our, yeah. So it's very important, as we agree, there are those that there are issues that we need to take into consideration. How does it impact on us as a country? So it would not just be a free range, say, okay, no, we agree with all the countries. No, it's a very serious challenge.
Absolutely.
That needs to be dealt with very, very thoroughly, because at the end of the day, it's not about us; it's about our people out there. What benefits do our people have? So we are not just going to be comfortable with making agreements that would be detrimental to the future of our people or to the aspirations of our people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ntate Ntombela, thank you so much for sharing your perspectives. You've really just given us a clarity around the way forward in terms of how this report will be processed, and you are absolutely correct. There's various aspects of the agreement itself when it comes to implementation that will require us to really go back to the drawing board to look at how it's going to benefit ordinary South Africans, because these discussions here are not just for the benefit of those who are in attendance, it's for the benefit of the ordinary South Africans, on whose behalf obviously you are here as well. So I want to thank you very much for making the time to be with us, and we will look forward to having more discussions with you as time goes on.
Anytime.
Wonderful. That was the House Chairperson for International Relations in the National Assembly, Ntate Ntombela, who was just sharing his perspectives around what the way forward is going to be in terms of processing the report that will come from this, that will be drawn up from this two-day BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly. With that said, we are going to leave you for now, but we will be back at 1 o'clock to unpack even further all of the discussions that took place at the commissions, and to give you more information around the radical ideas, obviously, that would have been put on the table for consideration for all the countries that are part and parcel of this BRICS Parliamentary Forum. With that said, do stay tuned.
Добро пожаловать в систему видеоконференц-связи Винтео. Если вам известен код подключения к конференции, наберите его и нажмите решетку, либо дождитесь подключения с помощью администратора. Добро пожаловать в систему видеоконференц-связи Винтео. Если вам известен код подключения к конференции, наберите его и нажмите решетку, либо дождитесь подключения с помощью администратора. Добро пожаловать в систему видеоконференц-связи Винтео. Если вам известен код подключения к конференции, Добро пожаловать в систему видеоконференц-связи Винтео. Если вам известен код подключения к конференции, наберите его и нажмите решетку, либо дождитесь подключения с помощью администратора. Добро пожаловать в систему видеоконференц-связи Винтео. Если вам известен код подключения к конференции, наберите его и нажмите решетку, либо дождитесь подключения с помощью администратора. Добро пожаловать в систему видеоконференц-связи Винтео. Если вам известен
valued partners, the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We trust that you will invigorate this promising intergovernmental organization. From 2015 to date, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum has identified many issues which require continuous discussion, refinement, and programmatic plans of action to better serve the wretched of the earth. And these issues range, amongst others, from the following: the sacrosanct role of the United Nations
Будем стараться служить нашему народу в соответствии с теми принципами, которыми...
Okay, there was a glitch there. It will be attended to. Our same program director that these issues range from, amongst others, the sacrosanct role of the United Nations in international affairs and the consolidation of the multilateral structures, the reform of the Security Council, and the fairness of the international legal system, the transition to a multipolar world and deepening economic globalization, exploring new trade and investment prospects, the promotion of international peace and security, shared economic growth, cooperation and mutual beneficial interaction amongst the peoples of the world, undergirded by a continuous dialogue among and between the world cultures and civilization for the cross-pollination of knowledge and perspectives for the benefit of humanity.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by BRICS South Africa.
Good afternoon once again to our viewers across the country. You're still with us. If you're still with us, you're of course watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are coming to you live from the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, which is currently being hosted by the South African Parliament under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnership for Accelerated Implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. For more information on the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, please visit the webpage www.brics.bricspf.gov.za and follow BRICS PF 23 on all social media platforms. I do now have the pleasure of being joined by Professor Cheryl Hendricks, who is, of course, the Executive Director of the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation. Today, Prof. Hendricks presented a paper on BRICS peace and security on the topic, Can Multilateralism Restore Peace and Security during the breakaway sessions? And now she's here with us to talk to us a little bit more about what she has presented during the breakaway sessions. Prof. Hendricks, welcome to the show, and thank you very much for making the time to be with us.
Pleasure to be here with you.
Fantastic. You spoke in your paper, you make mention of the need for multilateral institutions to manage global peace and security, and the importance of inclusivity and responsiveness to the needs of the global South. Talk to us about the current dynamics when it comes to taking into consideration the needs of the global South within the broader peacekeeping spectrum.
So from the Bandung Conference in 1955, the Global South has been asking for the global governance architecture, peace and security, financial systems, etc., to be transformed. They still haven't been. We still have the same P5 countries who have the veto right within the UN Security Council. The need for multilateralism, we identified long ago. There's no other way to create peace and security collectively for the global world order. But we are raising the issues because we've seen over the last 10 years or so that multilateralism, the cooperation needed for multilateralism, is faltering a bit because of unilateral actions, because the global South is still not feeling that they've been heard, that their interests have been taken into account, and that they've been included into these organizations. So that is what the call is for. Increased multilateralism, the UN, even though we have BRICS, BRICS is a partnership, it is not about replacing the UN, but it is about informing the United Nations of a new script for peace and security that we need.
So when we're talking about old organizations that have been there for quite a long period of time, that only cater to the needs or the voices of the developed nations, how does a structure such as the BRICS PF and the BRICS bloc itself become more influential in terms of influencing the shape, the character, and the architecture of these existing organizations?
So in our session we were indicating that what BRICS has been calling for is essentially the implementation of the principles, the norms that are constitutive of the United Nations, for countries to adhere to that. But we need to go beyond that, right? We need to be asking ourselves, well, why have we not been able to create peace and security given that we've set up this? Why are we seeing these divergences? And more importantly, we need either a BRICS think tank that focuses on peace and security, or a center or a working group that answers how do we create a new script for peace and security. What must peacekeeping look like now? If global terrorism, counterterrorism is not working, what is it that we need to put in place? We can't just keep saying it's not working, we want something different. We want social justice, equity, etc. globally. How do we begin to get that? That's our historic mission within the BRICS countries, but broader, because we cannot do this by ourselves.
Indeed, but building a power base, I mean, as you rightfully indicate, that even over the years, while some of these issues have been repeatedly punted, the issues around inclusivity and just not being heard, the global South not being heard within the broader, spectrum where decisions are being made in the UNSC, what other mechanisms are in place to make sure that within a particular time frame that we will begin to see the kind of shifts, a re-engineered kind of spectrum for engagement?
So over the last few years, I think that the members of the UN Security Council and 2 of the BRICS countries are on the P5. They have largely agreed on the need to broaden the number of countries, broaden the circle of the UN Security Council, both for P5 and for the non-permanent members as well. So there's consensus about that. Who the other members are, or who they should be, that will be debatable, right? So what are the criteria that we're going to be using? Can't we go a step further and asking, do we actually need countries in there with veto power or not? Should we not be questioning some of those things as well?
Absolutely. You also talk about preventative diplomacy in peacekeeping, and that obviously means that you're able to engage in a consistent manner, and you talk about cooperation, collaboration, and so forth. What kind of systems are currently in place to strengthen that aspect of engagement over and above making sure that there is transformation within the UNSC, broadly speaking? But if we're talking about what we can do, the quick wins now, things that the global South can do right now, that the BRICS bloc is able to do right now in order to continuously engage, obviously, the countries of the North as well.
You see, one of the key that BRICS makes, it wants to strengthen people-to-people collaboration. That kind of cooperation. A BRICS, then is your role. Your role is an oversight role so that we implement, we agree to here. Who is making sure that BRICS Parliamentary Forum should play that role?
Absolutely.
Secondly, have more of the, you see, it can't be just this one. You have to have more engagement.
Absolutely.
And parliamentary members, they represent constituencies. Bring your constituency together, because in the end, it is heads of state that sign peace agreements, but it is people that ensure the sustainability of those peace agreements. So those are quick wins, just deepening those relationships among ourselves.
Indeed. You also talk about Antonio Guterres' new agenda for peace, and you say that it is actually a good mechanism for a formula, perhaps we can call it, for peacekeeping. Why do you throw your support or your vote behind that this new agenda for peace? As obviously as pointed by Antonio Guterres.
So I say more than that. I say we've been calling for a new peace agenda for a long time. So we are glad to see this new peace agenda. It was just launched recently in July. It calls for many of the things that we have been saying over a number of years. All right, for how we need to be creating a more effective and efficient UN Security Council. We can't disagree with that, but I'm saying that that's not sufficient.
Right.
Right? And so we need to be rethinking, how do we do peacekeeping differently? How do we do peacemaking differently? We can't keep bringing warring factions to a table, having them sign a peace agreement and expect that the warlords, off by a stroke of the pen, will become democrats. That the conflicts of interest of the people who are now signing don't remain, right? For me, and I've been saying this for a number of years now, anybody who's listened to my talk, we need to get to the fundamental basis of that is causing insecurity in our countries. If we don't deal with those issues, and they are governance issues, they're about the nature of our state, etc. If we don't deal with those issues, we're going to keep doing patchwork.
You also talk about, linked to what you just spoke to now, you talk about the dysfunctionality of peace and security architectures. What kind of mechanisms or what proposals do you have to begin to address those dysfunctionalities? Because you're talking about sustaining engagement, obviously, and that collaboration, and there must be obviously oversight as well, as you spoke to, as you indicated earlier. But talk to us about how, what can be done, particularly by the BRICS Parliamentary Forum from an oversight perspective, to ensure that these dysfunctionalities that you're talking about within the peace and security architectures are addressed, or at least systematically, that attention is actually being brought to those issues, and that systematically over time they can begin to be addressed.
Okay, there's dysfunctionality in the global peace and security architectures because of a lack of cooperation, right? There's a lack of cooperation because there's a lack of consensus. So we need to start there. We need to build consensus around what the key issues are, how we want to transform our global peace and security architectures, and how we want to create greater peace and security. It's not simply about sending military forces out there.
Absolutely.
It is about dealing with the governance issues, with the economic issues, etc. The BRICS countries, we all know what the issues are. So let us begin to craft the broad outline of the script, take the script to the UN Security Council, have other members also input into that. And that is how we're going to shift the agenda, much the same way we did in the 90s. How did we get to this agenda in the first place? In that same way, when things were not working for us, we came together, we said, this is the way forward. We're at that moment in time now for us to collectively put our heads together to reshape this agenda.
Indeed. Professor Hendricks, thank you very much for the perspectives that you've shared. And of course, I believe that what you've shared will obviously be able to assist the BRICS Parliamentary Forum to shape, a program of action that will impact how we do things in going forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
That was, of course, Professor Cheryl Hendricks, and she is the Executive Director at the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation, sharing her views around peace and security and stability, and particularly as it concerns the Global South. We will pause for a moment. We will continue with our conversations, our analytical conversations, to better understand what has come out of the commissions. Do stay with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by BRICS South Africa.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you are still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. I am now joined by Mr. Krish. He is the research manager at the Equitable Education and Economies Division of the Human Sciences Research Council. He holds a master's qualification, and today he presented a paper on socioeconomic and political dynamics confronting BRICS and climate change under the sub-theme Legislative Considerations for Parliament. Welcome, Mr. Chetty, and thank you very much for making the time to be with us.
Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. You talk in your paper, firstly, about the need to shift, to accelerate the transition from where we are right now to renewable energies. What are the challenges that the BRICS countries in particular are facing when it comes to that transition?
Well, when we talk about the transition, so if you think about South Africa, you think about China, you think about India, we're very largely dependent on coal. And coal has various challenges. It's producing all of the carbon emissions that we have now. It's how do we transition away from this space where we're dependent on coal, where we're dependent on these fossil fuels, to then find a path to get us towards renewable energy. So the issue is with our dependencies that we've built industries around it, we've built jobs around the whole coal sector. So it's now, as we navigate what this transition will be, we need to think about how do we transition in a just way. And there were discussions in my session today which focused just on what that just transition actually involves.
Right. So when you're talking about, are you able to outline in more detail, if we're talking about complexities, what will it take South Africa if we're bringing it closer to home? Because we know that we've got a lot of challenges when it comes to, energy, electricity production, and so forth. Mm-hmm. What is it going to take for South Africa in particular to be able to make this transition in an easier way?
Yes. So we have the integrated resource plan, and it sets out targets for us reaching towards 2030. That plan was identified in 2019, and so we've got an understanding of what our contribution for solar needs to be, what our contribution for wind needs to be, what that energy mix needs to be, and so we've set a path. It's just the question, that the problem is that we're very quickly getting towards 2030, and we're soon to reach those targets, but we need to then see progress in terms of how we expand renewable energy adoption. And
what about the capacity to, if we're talking about alternative sources of energy, renewable energy, do we have the capacity for that? Are we building, have we done any kind of research assessment to make sure that we actually do have the capacity for that?
Well, in terms of resources, natural resources, we're very well resourced. So we have abundant solar and wind resources that we can take advantage of. The challenge in our country is that the locations where you find the solar and where you find the wind is not necessarily where you find the coal mine. And so the worker that's in the coal mine right now, we need to think about what do we do when we start to downscale coal and upscale the renewable. And it's what sort of transitions do need to happen in communities. One of the examples that I've seen in my research, but I didn't speak about today, is actually in the biomass sector. There's been fantastic achievements in India where you're able to locate biomass facilities in communities. So if this is a community that's got a history of working in the coal industry, there's these opportunities where you could roll out a biomass facility where you can then start to generate power closer to communities. We need to have that community mindset, in my opinion, when we start rolling out these new
in comparison to other countries, the other BRICS countries, how is South Africa doing in comparison to the other BRICS countries when it comes to this transition?
So we're there. We're involved. We're making that transition. You have your renewable energy independent power procurement program, and that's expanding, and we've got bigger targets for the new bidding window that's come out. So we are growing. We have a very interesting scenario. If you look at China, China is, on one hand, it's the world's leading producer of coal, consumer of coal, but it's also the leading consumer of renewable power. And so we have this weird dependencies there which are built into the system. So we're transitioning away. Comparatively, we are making progress, but it's sessions like these where we do want to learn from our peers in the BRICS to figure out what is working. My presentation today was to share some of the insights that I've learned from India, learned from China, about how we try and navigate this path.
Indeed. So in going forward, how often do you, because I know that you're also serving on another platform, a BRICS, is it the think tank for the BRICS?
I work with the South African BRICS think tank, yes.
Right, and dealing with a specific issue?
Multiple issues, mostly social justice.
I see. So now in going forward in terms of accelerating, and you're talking about the deadline, the 2030 deadline, and where we are right now, and of course we are not moving at the pace at which we are supposed to be moving. What is it that needs to be done to make sure that there is this acceleration, given the urgency of the the situation that we're finding ourselves in at the moment?
So there's a few things that I outlined in my presentation today. One was about capacitating municipalities. We have the opportunity for the municipalities to also drive renewable energy adoption, but there's this hesitancy which is at that level. So it's almost a stream that's been untapped so far.
Right.
Because there are complexities in understanding what's involved in procurement, in understanding the technologies, ensuring that your staff actually have those capacities to to follow that path. There's been that hesitancy, and so that's one avenue that we could explore. The other issue that we need to really concentrate on is policy consistency. And when you're in a BRICS space, it adds additional complexity to that. So you have the BRICS sphere, where all our countries come together and we talk about what's our consistent approach to dealing with issues of climate change. Then we have national policies, we have our IRP, then we have our provinces, we have our municipalities. So there's these different levels of complexity, different interests at each level, and we need to have those being aligned. The issue that we're facing, particularly at the municipal level, is that City of Cape Town might be saying one thing, Nelson Mandela Metro might be saying another, and the frameworks that we're applying to go out and go through the procurement processes is different from what's actually being said at the national level. So we need to figure out how do we speak with the common voice so that there's a similar framework that we all adopt. Maybe there's slight changes here and there, but we need to have that framework to say, this is where you go to find information, this is the steps that we follow, and then we follow a similar path towards that.
And then just in terms of creating that, the mapping process, do you also play a role within the BRICS think tank to put proposals forward? Because obviously Parliament does oversight, but it can only do oversight on the basis of what is before it. If there's a legislative instrument in place, if there's a policy in place or a program that can be monitored. So in the absence of that, it means that it makes it very difficult. And you speak about the disjunctures as well across the various levels. And if there's no consistency or a structured way of bringing those various components together, then it makes it very difficult, to actually move at the same pace and in concert. So talk to us about how do you are there any ideas to put such a plan, such a mapping in place, and how does the BRICS PF and obviously Parliament, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, can have access to something of that nature, or program or mapping of that nature to assist with the oversight process?
Well, there was a very interesting proposal which was put forward by my co-panelist in my session today, Dr. Rodney Managa. And he said we need to be thinking about establishing a BRICS Parliamentary Technical Committee.
Right.
So such a forum would allow all our representatives from each of our parliaments. I mean, BRICS is now growing to 11 countries, so it's a huge sphere. We've got national, provincial level parliaments that are coming to meet here across the BRICS countries. So we need some committee to be able to organize ourselves so that we can figure out what are these best practices. So you have that happening in the parliamentary sphere. Then in the academic space, you have, like I work with the South African BRICS think tank. We contribute to the BRICS think tank forum, and so that's a higher level which brings together all of these think tanks. And so these institutions are then the ones that are going and doing this deep research into what are the mechanisms for us to make this transition to renewables, what are the best practices we need to be following. But we need the parliamentary space, academic space to be talking to one another. So in one of my closing recommendations today was, I said, let's open up that space. Let the social science councils get the opportunity to engage with Parliament so that we're not going down different roads. If research is actually investigating these issues, let's give them a space to air their ideas, their findings, and then perhaps this can find its way into policy. We need to streamline those connections between policy and research so that we are on the same page.
So when we're talking about the way forward, seeing that these were the thematic areas that we dealt with at this year's BRICS PF, at this 9th assembly. What then happens in going forward in ensuring that the issues that we dealt with here during this current year, they don't fall through the cracks, because we know that there will be a different theme for the 10th assembly. Talk to us about how we can ensure that there is consistency in going forward, so that these very, very important issues that have been discussed, and of course the very, very high level recommendations that are being made, such as this think tank that you're talking about, in this technical teams and bringing the research and the academia and the political space together. Talk to us what can be about what can be done to ensure that these issues don't fall through the cracks in going forward, as you conclude.
Sure. Well, I'm new to the Parliamentary Forum, so this is my first time engaging in a parliamentary space, and I welcome the invite that I received to be here. I've been working with the academic forum, and we call that the academic track. And the process that's usually followed is that the South African BRICS think tank would engage with researchers across the country. They'll look at what the policy priorities are for that year, and we start beforehand, we start developing papers that are focused on these issues. That then gets presented at what we call the BRICS Academic Forum, and in a similar forum like this where all the countries come together and we share those findings that we have prepared. And then that then gets carried forward by what we call the BRICS Sous-Sherpa or the Sherpa. So it's the ambassadors that then play a strong role in aggregating all that information together, and then that gets passed on through the ambassador, through the ministry, to the BRICS heads of state. And then each year they start engaging with these, and then you find these ideas start getting captured in the BRICS heads of state declarations. But now you need to see the reverse coming through, so that if it's going all the way up to the top, it's now how does it channel its way back down to national, provincial, municipal levels. And so I'm hoping a forum like this is now institutionalizing that framework. Here we are after the summit, and so we now need to try and action what those positions were that were adopted in the summit.
Absolutely, and of course the role that Parliament plays is oversight and accountability. Absolutely. And there is a need to put together, clearly articulate what those indicators are, the timeframes as well for implementation, so that there is a process that can be put in place by Parliament to meticulously track progress if progress is being made. But with that said, Mr. Chetty, I want to thank you sincerely for making the time to share your perspectives, and I know it's going to assist in shaping how Parliament does its oversight with this knowledge base that you have shared with us. Thank you for making the time. That was Mr. Chris Chetty sharing his perspectives around the paper that he's presented during one of the commissions that is dealing with the just transition, our energy-related challenges, and he's given quite a number of very progressive proposals around what the BRICS countries can do. But of course, South Africa also benefits from the intelligence and the knowledge base that is coming through from academia. With that said, please do stay tuned. We do have more perspectives that we will be unpacking after this.
Okay, let me start with the role of Parliament. You know that our role in the main is to develop legislation, it is to exercise oversight, but also to ensure that there is public participation in everything which legislatures do. One of the things we do, and we have an obligation to do as members of Parliament, is to scrutinize the decisions taken by heads of state and follow up to see whether in fact these decisions which they take year in, year out are in fact implemented, and whether the decisions are in fact in the interests of the people of the countries they represent. Yes, there is a task force which was appointed in March last year, 2022, and I am part of that task force. Now, the task force has had, you may not, yes, hear reports about the work of the task force, precisely because of the sensitivity of the issues which we have been dealing with. Firstly, we've had to sit several meetings to strategize on what it is that we want to communicate to the members of Parliament. Remember, ours is to deal in the main with members of the two parliaments. We believe that if we are to narrow the gap between the two parliaments and assist the members of Parliament to get to a point where they are able to influence their governments, I think we shall have succeeded. Decisions of going to war will always be taken by governments, heads of state in particular. They will deploy the soldiers. However, they equally have an obligation to report to their legislatures, to the members of Parliament, about one, the expenditure, two, the forces on the ground, in other words, the boots, the numbers in terms of boots on the ground in those countries. But also they have an obligation to report whether in fact they are making efforts to find a resolution of that conflict. So our task as this team has been to engage with the two groups, the Ukrainian parliament and the Russian. And I must say we've done that. I can safely say we are at, who are the people who are helping? 14th meeting, the last one, which was the 14th. We meet on a regular basis. Our next meeting will be in 2 weeks' time before we go to the IPU in Angola. Of course, most of the meetings are on a virtual platform. But what you will find interesting is this, that this task force has been to Ukraine. This task force has been to Russia. We spent 2 days in Ukraine, we spent 2 days in Russia, and we spent a day in Poland. Why Poland? Because when you are on your way to Ukraine, there is no way, the only way to get there will be to go via Poland. So it was important for us to get an understanding from the Polish members of parliament as to what their perspective is of what is happening and what they suggest we should do. I can assure you that all members of parliament who are part of the IPU, the interest is to make sure that the two parliaments talk. Because we believe once they talk,
to the Deputy President for graciously honoring our invitation to deliver the keynote address to this August gathering. We thank him for inaugurating the meeting and providing a report on the outcomes of the 15th BRICS Heads of State Summit. We also express gratitude to the leadership of BRICS for ensuring that the priorities of 2023, the year of South Africa's chairship, are one, to develop a partnership towards an equitable, just transition, which is critical in the context of the increasing spate of natural disasters which have severe consequences for society. 2, to transform education and skills development for the future. 3, to unlock opportunities through the African Continental Free Trade Area. 4, to strengthen post-pandemic economic recovery. And 5, to strengthen multilateralism. The BRICS agenda for 2023 has paved the way for the BRICS parliaments as the custodian of the interests of the citizens to interrogate these matters further, in particular to determine how multilateralism and parliamentary diplomacy can deepen BRICS and African partnership to accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which seeks to increase socio-economic development, reduce poverty, and make Africa more competitive in the global economy. Program Director, multilateralism is the cornerstone for BRICS. The BRICS countries have shown greater resolve to pursue multilateralism with the aim of creating a fairer, peaceful, and secure world, consistent with the understanding that multilateralism is key to containing international rivalries. BRICS has expressed its commitment to multilateralism through upholding international law. It has also done so by, amongst other things, recognizing the central role of the United Nations in an international system in which sovereign states cooperate to maintain peace and security, advance sustainable development, ensure the promotion and protection of democracy, human rights, and fundamental freedoms for all. Through parliamentary diplomacy, our parliaments and assemblies will use the BRICS Parliamentary Forum and other means to participate in ongoing dialogue concerning the issues that impact our various countries. In the final analysis, we ought to ensure that the pursuit of the noble goals espoused by our countries is guided by the need to place the people at the center of our efforts. That the will of the people shall be expressed through the organs that are established to protect and advance their interests. With these few words, allow me, Program Director, to sincerely express our appreciation to our keynote speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, for setting the scene and for the sharing of perspectives, expertise, and experiences by the delegates to the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum. We appreciate his highlighting of key issues.
Congratulations to the new partners, our valued partners, the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We trust that you will invigorate this promising intergovernmental organization. From 2015 to date, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum has identified many issues which require continuous discussion, refinement, and programmatic plans of action to better serve the wretched of the earth. And these issues range, amongst others, from the following: the sacrosanct role of the United Nations
Будем стараться служить нашему народу в соответствии с теми принципами, которыми...
Okay, there was a glitch there. It will be attended to. Our same program director that these issues range from, amongst others, the sacrosanct role of the United Nations in international affairs and the consolidation of the multilateral structures, the reform of the Security Council, and the fairness of the international legal system, the transition to a multipolar world and deepening economic globalization, exploring new trade and investment prospects, the promotion of international peace and security, shared economic growth, cooperation and mutual beneficial interaction amongst the peoples of the world, undergirded by a continuous dialogue among and between the world cultures and civilization for the cross-pollination of knowledge and perspectives for the benefit of humanity.
Welcome back. You are still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. I do now have the pleasure of being joined by the Honorable Suprama Humapelo, who is part of the South African delegation attending the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum. Ntate Humapelo, thank you so much for making the time. And
good afternoon.
Welcome to the platform.
Yes, good afternoon.
Fantastic. Talk to us firstly about the importance of South-South relations within the current conjuncture. We know that there's a lot of shifts that are taking place right now, and we know that the nations of the South are trying to organize themselves in a better way to make sure that they're able to articulate their common interests on the global platform. So talk to us about that firstly.
The South-to-South relations are very important, but they are not exclusive. they themselves accept the situation that we work within a global sort of a village, particularly economically and based on the geopolitics. So whilst we are south to south, sort of a block, but at the same time, we have to make sure that we've got some relations with the north. So you can't be exclusive.
Absolutely.
And say you can build some kind of a so-called Berlin Wall between the north and the south. Economics doesn't work that way. Politics doesn't work that way. But we need that strength of the south so that you are not bulldozed by the north. As you know that the dominant economies globally are in the north, and if you are weaker in terms of your stance, your perspective, politically, economically, and so on, they can push you to the periphery. Now, in the context of the now BRICS strengthening south to south, I think BRICS will be a very important economic catalyst going forward to strengthen what the South is about, what the South wants to achieve, and how the South relates with the North. It will not be easy going forward to just brush aside countries within the South, because BRICS is quite a strong bloc. I mean, just population-wise, if you just combine India, China, and if you take the entire Africa, I mean, you are talking more than 3 billion in terms of population. So the critical mass in terms of numbers for production, industrialization, for consumption, and so on, it's quite a huge market.
Indeed.
So the North cannot afford not to have a relationship with the South, which has got BRICS in it.
Right. So when you're talking about those disjunctures and the inequalities that still exist between the North and the South, particularly within the context of the stronger economies, how does the South nations, the global South, ensure that as they reorganize themselves and ensure that they are better prepared for discussions that impact them at a common scale, how do they make sure that they become more influential on those platforms? Because of course we cannot deny the fact that the stronger economies inadvertently, their politics, the economy makes them stronger. Inadvertently, the political decisions that they are making will actually make them stronger as well.
Yes.
So how do you balance that?
It's not about the North preparing themselves. It's actually about the South, making sure that they are placed such that in terms of strength, both qualitatively and quantitatively,
right,
they are placed such that the North cannot ignore them as a factor. I'll give you one variable. The minerals of the world basically come from the South.
Absolutely.
And those minerals of the South are embedded within the BRICS communities. So it's about how we in the South, we can use BRICS as a strategic weapon to try and make sure that we get mileage economically, politically. Politically will also include issues of security. Because if you bring together, for instance, the BRICS countries in terms of security, it's quite a strong bloc. And if you take the entire African continent with BRICS, there's no way the North can behave such that they can run their affairs without making sure that the factor of the South is always there. So it's for the South, also within the BRICS, to make sure that we organize ourselves. We must always be 10 steps ahead of what the North is thinking about. I mean, just from the Commission now, I made a proposal that one of the things we really have to look at when you look at the movement of goods within the African continent, we've got ports and harbors, which are over 100, but only less than 10 are operational and running efficiently. So one of the things we have to do is to say to the BRICS countries, because we are part of the South, how do we make sure that as part of the strategy to move around goods to influence economies of scale in the world, we need to get the harbors right. We must make sure that within the African continent, for instance, we get the rail infrastructure right. We must make sure that we get the ICT in terms of technology, the fiber industry in the African continent. We get it right because China, Russia, and India are a bit ahead of us in the African continent. So we must make sure that in as far as infrastructure development is concerned, we push it so hard that it becomes some kind of an equalizer amongst the BRICS nations.
Indeed. You make reference to obviously trade. These are issues that relate to trade, and there is obviously, it's common knowledge that the current global trade system is still disproportionately impacting in the South. What kind of proposals are being made from the BRICS platform and, of course, from the BRICS PF as well, the Parliamentary Forum, to ensure that we begin to meaningfully address issues around the global trade architecture and the way the system functions at the moment? What needs to be done?
The movement of people is very important. If we are not going to make sure that, for instance, the visa regimes in the African continent and among the BRICS countries, we don't deal with that problem. So that's the first one, the visa regime. Secondly, we have to make sure that the goods and services in the African continent and among the BRICS nations, we sort out that particular problem. Thirdly, there's the issue of the currency. Everything is pegged on the dollar currently, right? Now, the proposal that is coming up, and I think it's a very good proposal, is that you don't have to say you are fighting the dollar. What we have to do is to strengthen your own currencies and trade among yourselves.
Are we talking about a common currency, or are we talking about the respective currencies?
No, respective currencies of different countries within the BRICS nations.
Right.
So that when we between ourselves and Brazil, for instance, we trade, it must be between ourselves and Brazil only, and not bring in the dollar. The same with India, with Russia, with China, and so on. And if the African continent can do the same, it will then strengthen the currencies of the BRICS countries, including Africa, which then means that perceptually, those who invest globally will be seeing the growth and the strength of our own individual currencies, but acting collectively. And that will move away some of the strength that the dollar has without necessarily fighting against the dollar. Commodities will be moving among ourselves in the BRICS nation, in the African continent. The other proposal that is coming up and is urgent is that we need to beneficiate the minerals. Now, when you do beneficiation of minerals, you can't beneficiate without industries.
Absolutely.
It means Africa has to industrialize. South Africa has to industrialize. Because if you don't, then you can't beneficiate. What it means for the African continent is that we must, with China, with Russia, with India, and Brazil, look at the extent to which they are ahead of us in terms of industrialization, which is aimed at beneficiating the minerals, and say, without necessarily bringing the West into play, how do we make sure that your capacity to industrialize as China, as Russia, is brought here?
Yes.
Then we do it domestically. When you do that, you are able to then raise the level of jobs, because when you industrialize, people get jobs.
Absolutely.
When you industrialize, it means your finished products get to be circulated in the market. Thirdly, it means the circulation among yourselves of the products that you produce. But fourthly, you are forced by industrialization to develop the skills that are relevant to the type of industrialization that you want to do. It means then you must do skills sharing. Remember the skills importation?
Yes.
And I argue for skills sharing, so that when we are the BRICS nations, let's share skills among ourselves, including the African, instead of doing skills importation into the African continent, so that we become some kind of equal players in the equation of the economy. Linked to that, there's no way you can do industrialization without involving institutions of learning, your colleges and your universities.
Absolutely.
That brings into the picture the issue of curricula.
Absolutely.
Yes. We will then have to attend to we don't have the same curriculum as the BRICS nations. It's worse in Africa. It means gradually we will have to say, for instance, what are the top priority skills, 15 or 20 priority skills that we need, and how do you produce those skills through your colleges, through your universities? You have to attend to the curriculum. But also, in addition, you can't attend to the curriculum if you don't have the teachers, the lecturers, who are going to make sure that they teach our young people about this particular curriculum. Which means that whilst you change the skills of the existing human capital in the education sector, you have to make sure also that future generations, so the bursaries then become very critical.
Very important.
Future generations, you have to fund them now so that they can change the future now from an education perspective. That is how, as Africa, as the BRICS nations, with those skills that are almost similar, we will be able to then stand on our own. Not fighting anybody, but just standing on our own and become a global force in the geopolitics. So that when the North says we need people who master the art of the skill in innovation, for instance, on communication, you must find them in the African continent.
Indeed, very well articulated. These are very, very important articulations that you're making with regards to how we move forward as a country. And we've spoken about the disjunction many times in our country between what we need in the marketplace, what our economy, the skills required for our economy to thrive, and obviously, the fact that we don't have the capacity so far. And of course, this is it's an excellent platform. If you're talking about skills sharing, that's exactly what South Africa needs. That's what Africa needs. It's not to bring people to come and do things for us. It's for us to share, build on the capabilities that we have as a collective so that we can thrive.
Yeah.
So, and I want to end it there for now. I want to thank you sincerely, Ntate Mahumapelo. Thank you for making the time to be with us.
I just wanted to make the last small point.
Sure, go ahead.
From the cultural point of view, it's important to say, how do we make sure that our different cultures, as Africa, as the BRICS nations, enhance one another? Because if we are not careful, the issue of culture can actually be used negatively to reverse all other gains that we are making, because there's tension against that culture and that culture. Absolutely. So you need a bit of cultural harmonization. So you need some common factor that can act as a magnet among the different cultures. So as part of curriculum again, that's how I think we'll overcome that problem, and more interaction among people. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing those perspectives. Much appreciated. That was Ndate Supra Mahumapelo, who's of course part of the South African delegation. He's a member of Parliament, sharing his perspectives about how South Africa, and of course within the context of the BRICS bloc, can also benefit but also contribute towards ensuring that this BRICS bloc becomes even stronger, but of course also use this platform to benefit, to take this, the South African transformation agenda forward. With that said, what we can expect now is that there is going to be more reflections in plenary after this. The reports are going to be shared during plenary, and the recommendations we will also receive. And this is, of course, emanating from the discussions that were taking place across the 4 commissions, as indicated to you earlier. With that said, do stay tuned.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent. where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is a welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by BRICS South Africa.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15th BRICS Summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following at BRICS PF 23 account and using the hashtag BRICS PF 23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
Joining us now is Dr. Zukiswa Roboji, who is a lecturer at the Walter Sisulu University. Today, she presented a paper at the Commission on BRICS Energy Production under the sub-theme Just Transition from Coal to Hydrogen Energy and Renewable Energy. Her paper is titled Prospects of Effective Social Protection in South Africa Amidst the Just Transition in the Context of the BRICS Bloc. She is now here to talk to us more about that. Dr. Roboji, I just want to take this opportunity to say welcome and thank you for making the time.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Talk to us broadly about the key points of the paper that you presented today.
Okay. First, let me acknowledge my colleagues from University of Botswana, Dr. Stanley Ehene, and also Dr. Chris Zahoa, because this is a collaborative project.
Right.
Yes. You know what? When we are transitioning, you know, our view as we are transitioning, moving, you know, from the coal, you know, to ensuring that we also produce hydrogen as part and parcel, you know, of cleaning our country and with also the entire Africa as a whole.
Right.
The question that we had, it was the question of the social protection. Social protection in terms of what about the job losses?
Very important.
What about the unemployment? And these are the existing problems before even we transition. As we're moving, like, you know, for greener pastures, as countries, then we already in South Africa had, you know, the high rate of unemployment.
Indeed.
And the mines are shutting down. And even those that are existing, there is a lot of, I would say, retrenchments. Then the question is whether this transition is not going also to create another discrimination amongst our communities. Are we there as a forefront to create more job opportunities? But do we have the skills for this transition? Do we have the new set of skills that this transition required? We grappled with those questions because we want to understand from the BRICS countries. We understand that we are not equal as BRICS countries. Others, are far rich than the others. And now, if we are saying that we are going to be equal partners, what are the terms and conditions? Because we need to understand that, so that even if we are saying that we are going to learn from each other, but we must understand who is financing this transition amongst us.
So what are some of the proposals that are being made? And you are quite correct. South Africa's got very high levels of unemployment, particularly impacting the youth and women.
Yes.
And if this transition is not managed correctly, it may very well cause more vulnerability in terms of job losses. And if there is no skills base to fill the gap, to make sure that as we transition, you're building up the skills base that is required, so that those who are functioning in that environment are now able to function in this, this new platform. But talk to us about the proposals that are being made. If we're talking about a just transition, and this just transition must also take into consideration the needs of developing countries, and a developing country such as South Africa, which is still grappling with high levels of unemployment and so forth. What are some of the proposals that have been put forth to, alleviate or, cushion us as we make this transition, and to make it a just one at that?
Okay. The issue of social dialogues. Because you know what, all of this is affecting the local people.
Absolutely.
And if we want, this paradigm, to work for all of us, it means then we must go back to our people. It means then we must localize BRICS. We must localize, the transition, so that we can have an in-depth understanding of what are these challenges. Because if we don't do our own assessments in our little corners, how are we going to know that amongst us, there are, like when you are looking at the level, the power, the financing issues, the skills issues. How are we going to, to use such, available resources if we don't have our own, if we don't do our own assessment? So it is very important to go back to the people, to make them understand about this, because those
so social, they know what this is about and what to expect.
Yes, because those social dialogues will also come up, with more knowledge and also with more solutions. And the solutions that people, if I can tell you, people are the experts of their own experiences. And even the solutions that they are coming with, it will be the solutions that will also, improve their livelihood as we speak. And another issue, the issue of blended investment. We've got the SMMEs in the case of South Africa. And the SMMEs at times of which I would say in some, corners they are failing. Not because they don't have a capacity, but they need more strength, from those who are leveraged in terms of, in terms of powers. So I would say that the localization, of the transition and also the BRICS, so improve and make, the SMMEs to have a sense of ownership, Because if we're saying that BRICS is here to create more synergies in terms of businesses and also in terms of jobs, then if that is the case, for who? It means for us. Do they know what are we looking for? You know? Do they know what is already there? So it means then the localization of this, I would say paradigm, it's very important because the people must have a sense of ownership. And how do you make sure, or how can you own and also, monitor something that you were never a plan, being part of planning? So it is very important to understand that people, they need to have a sense of ownership in this. Because the investments that we are talking about, we've got so many businesses. We've got so many, businesses that can also improve if the BRICS countries, they come together and also have some way of improving the livelihood through the localization of this period.
Indeed. So you talk about assessment, that there's a need to do some kind of assessment as well on the ground.
Yes.
Quite critical. We need to know also who are the people. I mean, there must be some kind of research in place to know, so that we know how many people are going to be affected, especially from an employment perspective, and of course from an employment creation perspective as well.
Yes.
But what I'm interested in knowing, as we conclude very briefly, talk to us about what is the way forward from this point forward. And I want to also say that we know that there's this 2030 deadline that has been looming, and it's almost like it must happen by 2030. But at the same time, if we have not put our ducks in a row, if we have not done this critical assessment and put systems in place to make sure that our people are protected, as we transition, then we are rushing to get it done, but we have not actually gotten all our ducks in a row to make sure that there is that protection for our people involved. So what's the way forward, very briefly, as you conclude?
Okay, let us talk about the policy development. Because I think after we have done our assessment, it will be important to relook at our policies. Because those policies are the one that will give us a blueprint on where are we going, on how are we going to implement. And also the voice of private sector is missing in these agreements. And then at the end, we are expecting they are our hopes. Because the government keeps on saying that the private sectors will do that. You know what? They are the hopes. But where are they now?
Indeed.
So we need more of inclusion and a fair one in terms of these dialogues so that we can understand each other.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Dr. Khoboji, for sharing your perspectives. That has really enlightened us. And I do sincerely believe that this is also going to shape, in going forward, how the BRICS PF continues to roll out or, improve how it oversights the commitments that have been made. And thank you for making that.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Wonderful. That was Dr. Zukiswa Khoboji. She is from the University of Walter Sisulu, and she has just shared her perspectives around the just transition and making sure that the poor, particularly those who are within those sectors that must be phased out as we transition from coal to this renewable energy, that the livelihoods of those people must not be threatened by this transition. Sharing her perspectives around what kind of systems can be put in place. She talks about the assessments that must be done and the policy instruments that must be developed to ensure that this transition is indeed just. For now, we will be transitioning, we will be crossing over rather to the plenary, where we will be receiving reports from all the various commissions and all the ideas and from the robust discussions that took place throughout the course of the morning. With that said, please do stay tuned.
Audio check 1, T1, T.
Коллеги, вы нас слышите? Прием.
Добрый день. Мы вас слышим хорошо. Как слышите вы нас? 121, 122, 123, 124. Как слышите нас? 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 120, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132.
Вы нас слышите? Марина, вы нас слышите? Раз, два, три. Скажите в микрофон, слышите нас или нет? Коллеги, скажите что-нибудь в микрофон, вас не слышно.
Добрый день. Как слышно, видно?
Слышно хорошо, картинки нет.
Картинка зал сейчас готовится, будет подключаться.
Окей.
2, English channel 1, 2. English channel 1, 2. Okay, but Dimitri must need to, okay, just get hold of your guys, ask them. They're getting it. Okay, cool. Testing 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, testing English channel, channel 2, 1, 2. You happy? Yeah. Cool, I'm good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we were advised to give a minute to some of the people.
Fomos aconselhados a dar mais um minuto a todas as comissões, que é para prepararem os debates que tiveram. E vamos começar logo que possível. Não devíamos demorar com os resultados das comissões. E os procedimentos seguintes. Não devíamos esperar muito tempo. Vamos comunicar com eles para fazerem os arranjos, que é para voltarem e podermos continuar com os relatórios finais.
to start because I think
Vamos começar, creio que vamos começar com as pessoas que estão prontas e aqueles que devem fazer arranjos poderão fazê-los. Creio que o Brasil está pronto, então, por favor, apresente o seu relatório. Comissão número 1.
Rapporteurs, come give me company. There's a good sitting space here. All four of you, please come. Brazil, Russia, South Africa, and China. Commission 2 and 3 will be done by South Africa and then China. What commission? Commission 2, huh? Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Brazil will do the first report.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you. Ilustre Presidente, nobres colegas.
Presidente e os colegas and the parliamentary colleagues. Está certo aqui, né? I would like one more time to thank the amphitryon countries and the presidents from South Africa and tell them that I'm happy and I'm thankful for everything that was done for us till today, and tell the colleagues, parliamentarians colleagues, that they mark the life and the history of our nations. The BRICS represents for each one of us, the participants in this forum, it will take to our countries results, important results. In the commission that we participated this morning, I thank the participants that presented, especially the thematic about the commerce, bilateral commerce between South Africa and the other South African countries, and they reflect the benefits what Africa is for our country, BRICS members. We would like to pronounce and leave this message and some thoughts. The first one is every change produces pain, and pain like in a good manner. Pain is a pain, although when we grow up, we advance, and those feelings, they will give results in all of us, because in 1991, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay, we decided to create a market of commerce exterior in the Latino American. We had the pain, yes, but Brazil is a continental country in geography arena, and it was not easy to reach where we are today. Our parliaments, they could not understand for anything that comes in the heart of each parliamentary. It comes from the belly. Big parliaments look at us in the global world that we live, and we look at the belly, and we look at with a heart and mind. Is this suffering in the participation of Brazil? It's a message that incentivizes all the countries, especially for you that received us from African countries. We can only do politics when we have the capacity to look at politics with a huge look and
Point of order, please, Honorable Deputy Speaker of South Africa. Can I be recognized? Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. With due respect to the rapporteur, I don't want to defocus him, but the topic here is a report back from the Commission. We're supposed to get a report back.
And devíamos ter aquilo que
all countries have something to say, but there's supposed to be a written report back that is brought here to the Commission, not a speech outside the report. We request a report from the Commission. If the report is not ready, let's allow another Commission to report. Thank you.
o presidente da comissão posso dar a informação que a senhora deu.
We are working through translation so that the speaker gets to hear properly what we are saying now in English. That's the only thing that is delaying us now. We can move to the next one. Are you ready now? Please come.
Good afternoon, colleagues, honorable members. My name is Lucizo Makubela Mashele. I will be reporting for Commission 2, which discussed the topic on just energy transition and the BRICS countries. This commission, honorable members, was chaired by China. We had 6 presentations from field experts, academics, and those that are consultants within the energy space. What we agreed upon as this commission was that we should be building partnerships around BRICS countries towards a fair transition, not just a just, but towards a fair transition that is anchored on social and economical factors of an integrated energy resource plans for our respective countries. There was a common shared vision in this commission that these partnerships should have a broad framework that we should work on, because we need to understand that we need to build social protection and skills transfer for localization and beneficiation. With the advent of renewables and their technologies, we should be able to make sure that there is skills transfer when renewables are brought to the mainstream. We agreed that there has to be a balance factor for fossil fuel and the fair transition towards clean renewable energies. We agreed that we need to reshape, repackage opportunities that are presented with this transition. As we shape the new energy space, countries must be able to simplify this process so that we take everybody along. Simplify the concept of a fair, just transition so that within the locality, the people that were benefiting from the fossil fuel will be able to participate and be active role players. We also agreed that exploring and finding new solutions must seek to address the over-privatization and reliance on the private sector as the only solution provider for the current challenges and the discourse of energy efficiencies. What came strongly across in this commission was the need to have resources for this transition, which will be beneficial for all partners. We agreed that some countries, for an example, South Africa, do not have or do not produce the technology that comes with a renewable energy. And we agreed that we need to have a broad framework that would ensure that there is skills transfer for the countries such as ours, so that when we speak about being partners in this fair transition, we should all be on an equal footing. We agreed that there need to be a clear roadmap towards a clean hydrogen resource or sources that can be solutions for the broader framework of renewable clean energies. We also agreed that the opportunity cost of jobs that were powered by the fossil fuel powered energies vis-a-vis the renewable energies must come out clearly. If we are saying jobs will be shared, there will be loss of jobs, we need to look at the opportunity cost clearly for the renewables and the fossil fuel or fossil powered stations. We also talked about, if we are talking about decommissioning of coal-powered or fossil fuel powered stations, what the opportunity costs are there, and we need to draw lessons from the coal-powered stations that have been decommissioned vis-a-vis the clean renewable energy value chain. As a Commission, we agreed that as partners in this renewable energy just and fair transition, we need to ensure that there is a broad framework that we develop that all countries will be working towards, so that when Russia, Brazil, South Africa speak, we should be speaking and moving towards a transition that speaks to a broad framework that has been developed amongst our own countries. We also agreed that issues of climate change are real. We should not look away and not want to ensure that we move along with the WTO in terms of ensuring that we implement resolutions towards curbing and mitigating against the atrocities or the issues that we find ourselves confronted with, issues of climate change. Broadly, this commission also took lessons from China. For the past 10 years, they've shared with us on how they were able to develop technologies that speaks to the current transition or fair transition that we all seek or working towards. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And one of the issues you raised correctly is what appears to me as a cross-cutting issue, which is going to be the next Commission's major focus. This is climate change. And so can we request the third Commission to come and do a report? Honorable Shangwa will do so from the Republic of South Africa's Parliament.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. My name is Mkula Wahlengwa from the National Assembly of the Parliament of South Africa. I'm going to present the summary really of Commission 3, and the presentations which were done. We received 3, and the country statement from China are also going to be made available for ease of reference for the issues that we are going to be raising here. So the Commission in its deliberations says that one of the major challenges faced by the modern world is climate change and its escalating negative impacts. Many of the world's vulnerable people residing in the developing world suffer disproportionately from the impacts of climate change. Therefore, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum is well placed to respond to the common challenges faced by its nation states in this regard, and to develop effective legislative frameworks for climate action. Therefore, it's a privilege for me to share some of the key conclusions, observations, and recommendations emanating from the Commission on Climate Change and Legislative Mobilization of BRICS countries. The BRICS countries can share resources, human technology and finances, and best practices to address climate change. There is a need to harmonize laws across, environmental laws rather, across the BRICS countries and to make them more effective in tackling climate change. There is also a strong need for political will to move climate response from policy to implementation and oversight. Climate change is already having a significant impact, and there is a need to discuss loss and damage as part of the discussions at the upcoming conferences of parties. Further, there is a need to foster parliamentary diplomacy and cooperation to harmonize climate change policy and promote cooperation amongst the BRICS family. Further, there is a need for a central cooperation platform amongst members ahead of all the conferences. One of the key issues that has been raised was the need for establishment of a BRICS technical task team to be able to engage as a bloc on the issues of climate change at the various multilateral and international platforms that are currently at play. And so there's a need to look at taking this agenda forward, and the cross-cutting issue, of course, arising out of what the previous commission has just actually presented. Further, the Commission recommends that we accelerate skills development and technology transfer through vocational and skills development training and artificial intelligence. Amongst others, it was observed that South Africa is committed to a just transition, which means that the transition to a lower carbon economy should be considerate and just, and should avoid unintended consequences, distribute justice fairly, and address historical inequalities, poverty, and unemployment. BRICS member countries can build on their bilateral partnerships and a clarion call to the business sector that can also collaborate to advance a transition to lower emission technologies. BRICS countries are facing a delicate balance between their developmental needs and the collective good of reducing emissions. There is a need to capacitate municipalities to aid renewable energy transfers, both in terms of energy generation and transmission. There is also a need for policy stability and certainty to enhance investment in renewable energy sector, and we can also learn from China's long-term planning and integrated planning and implementation across all tiers of government. The issue of funding came up very sharply, and that there is a need for financial coordination amongst the BRICS countries and the BRICS Development Bank, as each have financial institutions that is not harmonized, and therefore making access to funding very difficult. In this regard, there is a need for accreditation amongst financial institutions to aid funding of green energy projects. There is also a need to cooperate with non-governmental organizations and institutions to build trust and advance local development. It was observed that generally the public enjoys a trust surplus with the legislative sector, as opposed to the trust deficit between citizens and the executive, and therefore there is an important role to play insofar as civic and social education is concerned in this regard about this key issue. There is a need to encourage climate change awareness and strengthen public participation on climate change discussions and climate action at all levels. There is a need to cooperate with international partners to advance vocational skills development and knowledge exchange in this regard. Deputy Speaker,